And we're live. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for day two of our live streams of presentations for the Bitcoin Beach grants for Bitcoin circular economies. We'll get going in just a moment. My name is Scott Wolf. I'm the coordinator of the Federation of Bitcoin Circular Economies. We're partnering on this grants round with Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador and with Geyser. Very happy and proud to do so. We had several presentations yesterday, and you can go look at the recordings of those. They're on the Geyser X or Twitter account and also on the Geyser YouTube account. And we have, I believe, 8 presentations today. There'll be some brief gaps in between some of the presentations because they're not all back to back. I'll indicate when so, and we'll just go on pause at those those points and return back, and we'll have a note up on the screen for that. So without any further ado, I want to pass over the mic to our first presenter today. Welcome James Otudor from Calabar in Cross River State in Nigeria. Very excited to hear about your project and your proposal. And for those of you watching, you can access the Calabar Bitcoin Club's proposal and project via the link that you see on the site below beside their name on this presentation. And we'd encourage you to go and learn more about them. And if you feel like it, please give them some donations. Let the sats flow via Geyser and give them some support because they're doing great work and could use the support. So I'm going to step off stage, and the stage is now yours, James. You have 15 minutes. Okay. Technical details. It looks like James just dropped off. He may be having internet connection issues, so we'll just pause for a moment. If you want, please take a moment to copy and paste the link to Calabar Bitcoin Club's application and go take a look at their proposal. Let me see if we can get James back up here, and I will go and I'll be back in just a moment. Hi, James. Welcome back. Okay, make sure you unmute yourself and then go ahead, please. We still have 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Come back and continue the show, the event better.
Hi, James. We're not hearing you. It seems like your connectivity is not very solid. Okay, let's try again. Why don't you go again? Sorry, everyone. Looks like we're having challenges with James's internet connection. Let's see if it works, James. Go ahead. Hey, folks. Well, it looks like we have a need for a new geyser campaign to get Starlink into Calabar. Um, Sorry about that. I'm going to step off stage for a second and see if we can maybe jump to our next presenter and come back to this. We'll adapt, but please don't go anywhere. Hopefully, be right back in just a moment. Hello, Naomi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Naomi? You can't hear me? You still can't hear me? Naomi, can you hear me now? Hear me now? Thanks for bearing with us, everyone. James, do you have a better connection now?
Yeah, can you confirm?
Okay, why don't you try to go ahead again then? Let's take a second go at this.
All right. So apologies. We've had some serious heavy rainfalls around here, and the network reception has been bad.
Okay, no
So I
problem.
had to change my location.
This is better. So go ahead. We'll still you still have 15 minutes. We'll adjust the schedule accordingly. We want to make sure you have enough time to tell us about your project. So please go ahead. Tell us about your project, the vision for the circular economy, and what the grant will help you to do to advance your activities. I'm going to step off. The floor is yours.
All right. All right. Thank you once again. My name is James Otudo. and I'm a Bitcoin pro politician and also a Bitcoin advocate and educator. Um, a simple Google search, internet search about my name would reveal a lot about me and what I do in the community. And I'm currently located in Calabar, Nigeria. So Calabar is a beautiful, ancient, story city of Nigeria. It was the first capital of Nigeria, and I am from there. I'm from there, and I also reside there. Now, Calabar is home to over 3 million people, and as a politician, I ran in the last election, and I could no, undoubtedly say the first pro Bitcoin politician to vocally um, include Bitcoin in my manifesto for the people. In the last election I ran for the office of the State of House of Assembly, member State House of Assembly, of which I came third. I had over 1,300 votes, and that is a testament that I had over 1,300 people trust me to lead and make decisions for them at the state level. Why Bitcoin is the solution for challenges in Calabar? Now, Calabar is not a very strong economic city. It's more of a civil service state. But Bitcoin, there are a lot of challenges that the average Koshivarian, and an average resident of Calabar faces. One, one, the concept of using fiat for transactions, and when you use fiat for transactions, we have multiple transaction charges, and the idea is that Bitcoin would, having the Bitcoin cellular economy would be able to help um, residents, have a parallel way to spend money without facing multiple transaction fees, taxations. Also, having a lot of issues around remittance, getting monies from loved ones outside the country, which could take days, if not weeks, for it to. I've had scenarios where somebody actually worked for his money, and you know, at the end of the day, the person couldn't get access to his money for a long time because of some issues that were, involved in that KYC and all of that. Now, Bitcoin would enable residents of Calabar, to receive money and receive payment or money from anywhere in the world instantly and in real time. And that is what the club, the Calabar Bitcoin Club, will help to foster. Teaching people on how they could use Bitcoin for those particular purposes. Also, we're also facing a challenge of we're also facing a challenge of um, 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 exclusion. A lot of locals. Calabar is not a very big city, so we have a lot of local people that are being excluded from the banking system. Now, speaking about that, we also have network failures. We have people that are transacting over 500,000, being censored by the government, and how you have to KYC and all of that. Now, how can Bitcoin help? Bitcoin can help by making sending and receiving money, fluent and easy. It can also help, bringing in financial inclusion, where, excuse me, please, where people don't need a bank account to send and receive money. So Calabar Bitcoin Club goes ahead to teach people to demonstrate and show people that we also have to boost financial education. So one thing about Bitcoin is when you understand the concept of money, when you understand that when your money is broken, it is easy for you to embrace Bitcoin. So at the Calabar Bitcoin Club, we also teach we would also get to teach them the concept of money and how Bitcoin, can solve Bitcoin futures can solve, the brokenness or the problems that our current fiat, is experiencing, which includes inflation and devaluation and all of that. So the Calabar Bitcoin Club will foster an environment where people can get this financial education. People can also get access to apps, Bitcoin platforms that will allow them to, do transactions that are not censored at from the government and the fiat economy. Now, would also, the core of our project, Calabar Bitcoin Club. Recently we had we had we have had different events. We've had what we call the what we call the Bitcoin Club for secondary schools. We've had um, also a Bitcoin festival. We've had um, an advocacy platform where we have sent out and for the Bitcoin club for secondary schools. We had two schools. We onboarded two schools where twice every month rather, we take the kids on Bitcoin educational curriculums. We teach them about Bitcoin. First reading through um, the Bitcoin for Kids by Nzonda, and also the simplest Bitcoin book by Kisa. So those are the books we developed a curriculum around, and we are teaching the kids. We just teach them about Bitcoin. We teach them about money and how the money is broken. And the idea is to foster a new generation of children, a new generation of human, a new generations of Nigerians that are already on the Bitcoin standard, that understand that their money is broken by, and that generation will be a strong wall against, the whole fiat storm right now. It will be a strong firewall against the whole fiat storm. And currently we have over 100 children in this project, and that is one of the initiatives of the Bitcoin Club for secondary schools. Another initiative are the meetups. We have held about three meetups, and the last one, which I said, was the Calabar Bitcoin Festival. Now, the Calabar Bitcoin Festival was a fusion of sports, a fusion of tradition, and also of entertainment. So we're able to reach out to people in the sports, as sports lovers. We brought them, had a sport event for them, a workout session for them, and we spoke about Bitcoin, introducing different platforms to them where they could, have access to Bitcoin. We also had a traditional event where we brought out local masquerades. We had pamphlets written in the local dialect of the city, which is Efik. Our local dialect is Efik, and we had people speak. We had pamphlets that were, translated in Efik, and why the pamphlet was why Bitcoin, you know, and also which was able to grow. This event was able to grow a robust Bitcoin WhatsApp online community, which we are using right now to onboard people into Calabar Bitcoin Club. So for us, it's robust. In between all of this, we've had different radio shows about Bitcoin. We've published on different newspapers, national newspapers, trying to educate people on how Bitcoin can cure inflation in Nigeria and predominantly in Calabar. Now, for us in Calabar Bitcoin Club, this grant will go a long way to finance these activities. Most of these activities has been financed by some partners, which I would like to recognize: Bitnob, IPBTC, and DGOs, which are also our lending partners. And but we needed to expand our reach. We needed to be able to do more. So far, like the secondary school clubs, we onboarded two schools, but we are only able to operate in one school currently, due to constraints in finances, and most of the finances are also coming out from personal funds. Now, the beach the Bitcoin Beach grant will enable us to really oil these tools. We will activate the two clubs. We will get, we will get it running efficiently for the next 1 year. We will also be able to hold quarterly meetups for the next 1 year if we are given these grants. Now, our meetups are not expensive. We have been able to get about three businesses, to accept Bitcoin. And our agreement with them is that anytime we hold a meetup, they provide us accommodation, they provide us public address systems, and also refreshments for a particular sum, which is paid in Bitcoin. So yeah, that's for the meetup. And we'll also run ads on digital platforms that are going to be targeted to businesses on how they can use Bitcoin, especially the lightning Bitcoin lightning, to take payments and all of that. So we are also going to run ads for the next 1 year. And the meetups will also help to educate more people. We always target between 50 to 100 people on our meetups, and we try to target new set of people while bringing them to WhatsApp platform and having a general house. And we don't just do this in one location. Calabar is a huge city, it's a large city in itself, and they're about to try to spread these meetups across the cities to accommodate as many people as possible. Also, we would love to, with the grant, we would love to have a dedicated time, a radio show with a dedicated time, at least 40 minutes, 45 minutes radio show that talks about money and talks about Bitcoin. So this show will run for 1 month consistently, and it's going to run in a way that it's going to reach out to the local audience. So it is a tunnel setup. I mean, we in the club we already have people that are using Bitcoin. We already have few businesses that are using Bitcoin. Now we already have kids that we're going to be training, into the next generation of people, residents that will be using Bitcoin. Now, gradually, we want to expand our reach and get more businesses, into Bitcoin, and be able to give out SAT. Also, within the next 1 year, we'll be holding some, giveaways, and for our members, where we'll give out SAT, to enable them to spend them at these locations also, and see how easy it is to spend this at. And finally, for us to sustain this movement, the grant, whatever grant we're getting, is going to sustain us for the next 1 year of operation. Yeah, sorry, I also forget about the advocacy. So for the advocacy, we also want to support a project that is actually suing the federal government right now for blocking access to crypto platforms. That's one. Also, we are also looking at churning out um, newspaper articles once every quarter. We're going to be publishing newspaper articles about Bitcoin, about money, about inflation, and all of that once every quarter. That would also happen. We are going to be publishing in two papers: one a national paper, a national rich paper, and a state rich paper. And finally, I would love to see that if given this grant, this will allow us to really execute our plans to widen the scope, to bring more people. Our target is to bring 10,000 people into the Calabar Bitcoin Club. Remember, Calabar itself is a city that hosts over 700,000 people, and Cross River State, Calabar being the capital, is a state that hosts over 3 million people. So we're looking forward to bringing 10,000 people into the club, and also onboarding 100 businesses where people can readily spend SAT. Now, in order to sustain our club, we are going to be looking at um, partnering with other, businesses like we're already partnering with, and also exploring opportunities, affiliate opportunities, where members, can join and the club can earn from them using products that are going to be Bitcoin products we're going to be introducing to them. That's one way. Secondly, we are also going to be funding from our personal pocket, because we have to put money where our mouth is. We're already doing that anyway, so we're going to be funding from my personal pocket. And we're also going to be exploring, consultation for businesses, where businesses that want to, come up the Bitcoin. So for now, we are going to be doing it free for the next 1 year, and after 1 year, we're going to start charging a minimal fee, to help to consult for these businesses. And also, we'll be expecting donations from our club members, and also selling our mesh. So we're going to have some exclusive and nice mesh, which we're going to be selling to our members to also generate fund. So we believe that if we're able to get this grant, which is going to give us a breakthrough, a break into um, what we're trying to do, would be able to, meet up with our goals and our targets. And we are going to also be able to expand the whole Bitcoin ecosystem, and solidly build, a parallel economy where people can, earn, spend, and use sats in their daily lives. I think that's my time thereabout. I wish I could speak more. Apologies also. The network has also got me unsettled. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James. No, that was wonderful. That was a very thorough overview of your project, your what you've done so far, the proof of work, and your vision for the future. And hopefully, we'll have other opportunities for you to continue to provide updates and other projects to provide updates.
Sorry. Before I will go forward, I would just like to add that so far we just started this project, the whole um, Giza project, and we have been able to raise about over 300,000 sats. So we want, which goes to show that our project is strong, and people resonate with what we are trying to do in Calabar, Nigeria.
Wonderful, thank you. And I mean, we've so many of us have heard about, the movement of adoption throughout Nigeria, how important it is, and congratulations on all your work so far. And for those of you listening, again, the link to the Calabar Bitcoin Club's project and an application for the grant is there below on the screen. I encourage you to go take a look at them, learn more, connect with James, and if you're inspired by the work that they're doing, please consider making a donation. Obviously, the needs of all of the projects that are participating in this grants campaign reach beyond the funds that we're able to provide through these grants. So we're counting on people throughout the world helping give a boost to all of these projects. So please go and connect. If you have any questions for James, reach out to him, and please consider giving some support. Thanks very much, James. It's great to learn more about your project, and we're looking forward to collaborating over the months ahead, and looking forward to being back in touch. So thanks so much for your time, and we totally understand about the technical issues. There are so many challenges to the communication. So we're glad it worked out, and we were able to hear you clearly. And again, the presentations are all being recorded, so you can share this with others so they can hear more about it too. So thanks so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, too. Do have a good evening.
All right, man. Okay, next we're going to jump across the continent from West Africa to East Africa, and I'm welcoming up Naomi from Kenya. Welcome, Naomi. Let's see if the mic is working.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there we go. We have liftoff. All right.
I kind of have an echo,
Can
but
you hear
it's
me?
fine. Yeah, I hear you, but I have an echo.
Oh no. Let's make sure. You know what? It may be due to the devices that I have going here. I will just talk for a quick second, and then I'll mute myself so you won't hear the echo. So I
Okay.
understand you have some slides you want to share.
Yeah, I have
So
some
go ahead and
slides.
click present, and we'll bring those up. And then slides. Thank you, everyone who's watching the live stream, for bearing with us. All right. Oh, it came up and then it disappeared. Okay. There we go. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Pardon me as I switch references there. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in to the live stream, my name is Scott Wolf. I'm the coordinator of the Federation of Bitcoin Circular Economies. We're partnering on these grants with Bitcoin Beach and El Salvador and Geyser Fund. And want to welcome up our next presenter, Naomi from Kenya, who's going to talk to us about their initiative, Bitcoin Babies. And if you want to learn more about the project, there's the link right down there below the slides. You see it to their application. You can find their project. You'll be able to connect with them via social media. And we'd also encourage you to consider making a donation to Bitcoin Babies if you're inspired by their work. All of the projects that have applied for
Yeah.
grants have needs and potential that reach beyond the scope of this grant, and they're doing amazing work. So please consider supporting them. Naomi, go ahead. You still have 15 minutes, even though we're a few minutes behind. But go ahead, take your 15 minutes. I'm going to step off stage, and I'll come back after the 15 minutes, or whenever you signal that you're done. Thanks so much.
Okay, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Naomi, and I would like to give you an explanation of what Bitcoin Babies is. So I would say Bitcoin Babies come from my own personal story. So I'm a Kenyan. So I was born, raised in Kenya, but currently I live in the Netherlands. And this is why I say Bitcoin Babies come from my own story, because I got pregnant in 2020 and had a baby in 2023. And it was during this time I was able to identify the disparities in healthcare when it comes to what we get in Kenya and what we get here. So having gone through that, that's when I got the idea, and I thought to myself that every woman and every child deserve this kind of care. I know I'm not able to give what kind of care, the kind of care that would be given here, but I thought of ways I could make it easier for women and children in general as they are starting their whole journey postpartum and during pregnancy, like for the women. So I wanted a way in which I could give the babies in general a great start in life. And how best can you do that other than empowering women who just give birth, creating a community where women can come together postpartum and they can address the issues they are facing. The reason why I connect this journey with Bitcoin, because previously I had started to learn about Bitcoin, but this was through my partner. I had not paid much attention to it. I only started to pay attention to it and read more during the pregnancy, because I developed issues and I had to stay at home. I could not work during that time. So I'll give you an overview of the project, and in a nutshell, this is what the project is about. So it has these phases. It has the book, the program, the grants, and the circular economy. So I'm going to dive in deeper to every section. So we have the book. So this is the book I've written by myself, hoping to make the journey easier for women. It's divided in 3 chapters, where we have the first chapter is about the first year of your baby's life. So this is where we give small tips to the women. I've written it in the simplest language. So we give small tips to the women when it comes to breastfeeding, sleeping position, nutrition. This is when you start to introduce your child to solid food. So I just give them an overview of the things I have learned here. Um, we have the second part, which is the financial wellness. So we do this through Bitcoin. So I teach them what Bitcoin is and all the basics about Bitcoin. The third part, which is a topic that is not very well addressed, is the mental wellness part, where we just bring a community of together where women can talk about the issues they are facing postpartum. The plan for this book is we plan to donate. We are printing 500 books, and all those books will be donated. Some of the books will be donated to the mothers in need, but also they will be available for sale on our website, and the income generated will be taken back into the program. So that is the part, uh, first part of the project. It has a second phase. Initially, we had planned to work with 10 women, but 13 ended up signing up, and we decided, hey, let's settle for 13 because we are capable of it at the moment. So here we give $5 weekly to each mom. So we encourage them to save it in sats for their child's future. But in case you have immediate needs, you can buy something for your child with it. Um, Along of this program is all focused on education. So we give them education. We have online meetings every week. So we give them education on various aspects of life. So we have taught them Bitcoin, the Bitcoin wallets. We also look into entrepreneurship. We teach them how to budget in a budget-friendly way to keep your family running. We also teach them cooking and so much more. I would say, like last week, we gave them a small, uh, we give them we a small, I think, education. We taught them how to use Chat GDP and image generators, and there's actually a woman who is part of the program who bakes cake, and we have seen her trying to generate ideas or designs of cakes she can bake. So that is something we really love. um, we also have personal meetings. These happen every once in 2 months. The last meeting, we were able to find a wonderful guest who also donated the Bitcoin Standard book to the women and also taught them in person how to use the Machankura wallet. Uh, our next meeting is set this Friday, so maybe you will see a little bit of tweets about that. So this is the third part of our program, where we are we are starting to give them small grants, either to start small businesses. And in these businesses, we just tell the women, hey, can you write a business idea? And if we see like it's something that can develop into something great, we invest in it. We help them follow up until they are fully settled. So this is the part of that is the program, but this is the most important part. This is our circular economy, and we call it the Kimbo circular economy. I would say we started by giving the women $5 weekly, and we have 13 women. And if you calculate that, we saw, hey, we are injecting a total of $260 per month in Bitcoin to this particular economy. And to add to that, we also have an assistant on ground, because as I said, I'm doing all this remote. So I am based in Netherlands, but I'm trying to set up something in Kenya. So we also give her a salary based on the hours she's working. We give her $120 per month. So this totals to $320 entering into that economy. So we had said, and we were giving salaries, we were giving sats, but the other thing that came to mind, we needed a shop. So we needed somewhere the women could spend in Bitcoin without having to go through the complexity of exchanging the money into fiat currency, which involves a lot of procedures. So we started by onboarding a shop, but also we saw that we needed more, because, okay, we have onboarded a shop. A woman can buy a bag of flour or some rice, but where will they buy groceries and all that thing and those clothes? So we have seen we have been able to onboard one business after the other due to this specific thing. I would also like to add, some of the women also have small businesses. There is a lady who sells mushkaki. There's one who owns a salon, and they are all now accepting Bitcoin. That has really been nice to see. The other thing I would like to add, like 48% of small micro enterprises in Kenya are owned by women. And I would say why they are owned by women is because of economic necessity, where you lack more opportunities of of other things you would use as a form of earning your own income. And this, I would say, like also I would say the government is focused on initiatives that works toward empowerment, and you can see them encouraging women to invest in their own small businesses, and that has led to this of having so many micro enterprises owned by women. And for me, the idea I have is I see it in this way. If I bring women together and having to look at the fact that 48% of micro enterprises are owned by women, then I see the fact that we bring women together, we see it as a catalyst for developing a circular economy. If you look at it in the sense that gender roles are quite prevalent in third world countries, where women are more likely to go shop for groceries or for clothes or for household items. So this comes up with the idea that who is willing to spend more in Bitcoin and who should we focus on educating, then we chose women. And through the women, actually, we have seen also their husbands, because we, as I said, we have our weekly classes every Sunday, and you can hear the men in the background. Others are interested. Others have looked into joining our group, where they are also saying, "Hey, we are willing to accept Bitcoin." I would say more we have focused on creating a customer base before going to the clients, because we approach the clients, we tell them, hey, I have a group of 13 women. We give them this kind amount of money in sats every month, and we would like them to be able to purchase these things in Bitcoin. So some have become really interested, where we have already gotten to 7 businesses. And after we approach the merchants, we ask them, hey, would you be willing to accept Bitcoin? And then they sign up on a form we have, and they can give us their emails, where we try to share and then educate them more. I would say there are a few who need more education, but some already know about Bitcoin. And based on the fact that Kenya is has a cashless system where we use mobile banking, the transition has not been that complicated for most of them. For us to see the continued growth of our economy, the Kimbo economy, from next year, after I'm done with this first group of mothers, I will take another group of mothers from the same area, so that I can see this growth going continuously, without maybe ending up like, hey, there are no more people buying in Bitcoin. We would like to keep that going. The next part, this is what the vision we have. So I would start by saying I'm very proud of these women so far. I think they have come a long way. They can now make small transactions in Bitcoin. We mostly use the Blink and Machankura. And most importantly, I would say they have also become great friends. For us, we see and we are open to the possibility of forking this program, where we would love to see communities around the world doing the same small initiatives that bring back so much more. So we want people to be able to fork this program. Like, let's say we can think of the Brazil mothers, where we would give them the materials, the logos, the schedule we follow, but all this has to work under the umbrella of Bitcoin babies. In addition to that, we will help them to settle in and set up everything that is needed to run a circular economy. I would like to end up by saying you can follow our work on Telegram. We are also here on Twitter at Bitcoin Babies, and we also have a website where we will be updating the current issues that are affecting our project. Um, I think you can, if you scan this QR code, you can join our various platforms. I think that's all I had for today. Scott?
There we go. I had to unmute myself. Thank you so much, Naomi. That's wonderful. Very, very inspiring. Obviously, not only in terms of empowering mothers, but also, then fostering that bridge to the next generation.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, empowering and giving an opportunity to those children to walk into a brighter future
Yeah.
beside their mothers or their parents. It's very, very, very inspiring. So congratulations to you on all the work, and please extend our congratulations to all of the mothers, all the participants in this program. We're going to do our best to continue to help you build visibility, like all of the
Yeah.
projects that have applied for grants here, to continue to build visibility for your important work. And we're looking forward to collaborating with you over the months ahead, and seeing how we can help you to advance your important initiatives. I'll use that as an opportunity again to encourage everyone watching the live stream to visit the Bitcoin Babies project on the Geyser website. The link is there in the caption down below, where you see geyser.fund/entry/3226. That is, that's for their specific application to the Bitcoin Beach grants. So you can look at that. You can also then link to their overall project. Please consider making a donation to Bitcoin Babies. Take a look at the other projects that are presenting, and consider making a donation. And most importantly, help spread the word. Please follow them on Twitter and their other socials. Repost them, help them advance their efforts. Naomi, thank you so much. Really
Thank you.
appreciate all the work that you put into the application, this presentation, and all the amazing work that you're doing with your countrywomen in
Okay.
Kenya. It's really inspiring. So we'll look forward to being back in touch. Have a wonderful remainder to your day, and thanks again.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I'm going to see if we can maybe pop into our next presentation. If you bear with us for a moment, I'll be off stage and come back soon. We're scheduled to have a short break, so we may be off for a few minutes, and then right back to hear from our colleagues in Italy now. So we'll be swinging up north to Italy to hear from our colleagues at B is for Bossa. So back in a couple moments. Hello, Carl. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Thanks, Scott.
Welcome. We're running now because we had that gap. We were behind by a few minutes. Now we're ahead by a few minutes. If you're okay to get started, we may as well. Since I know people are watching the live stream, if you're here and ready to go, then Then why don't we go? Is that good?
That sounds good with me.
Now, were you going to speak? I can't recall, or did you have any slides that you wanted to bring up? Not
What
necessarily.
I'd like what I'd like to do is start by introducing myself and then presenting using my Giza content to use the links out of that, if that's okay. Will that work?
It should work. What you'll want to do when you're ready, what you could do is click on the present, and then and then share screen, I suppose, is what you'll want to do. So click present and then share screen, and then that should, as long as you have your screen connected to your geyser page, that should be enabled to come up. So you can either do that now or get started and then pause, and we can do it as you prefer.
I'll just start by introducing myself. Probably is the best thing.
All right. Well, I will back out. So just give me the cue when you're ready to do that, and I can make sure I'm there to troubleshoot and get that up for you. So I'll hand it over to you for 15 minutes or so to present on Bias for Bossa in Italy, and I'll take that opportunity in case anyone's just joined to note that the link to this project's application for a Bitcoin Beach grant, as well as their overall project, is provided for you there, geyser.fund/entry/3221. Go to that link to learn more about their initiative, and if you're inspired by the work that they're doing, please consider donating directly to support their efforts. All of the projects that are part of this campaign have capacity and potential beyond what's entailed just in this grant application. So we're counting on the amazing world of humans out there to help show some support for all of these projects as well. Please consider sending them some sats. Same goes for all of the projects that you'll find on the Geyser site under this campaign. All right, I'm going to bow out. Over to you, Carl.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Scott, for introducing me. My name's Carl. I've been the lead on Beers for Bozzers, since we started back in December last year. My background, to give a little bit of my background, our project is based in the country of Italy. We're actually based in the beautiful city of Bozza on the west coast of the island of Sardinia. Sardinia is part of Italy, but has a very different outlook, a very different approach to life. And I've transferred from the UK over 20 years ago with my family, and we've recreated our little angle in what I consider the island of paradise. In relation to Bitcoin, I've been involved in Bitcoin since 2016. Slowly studying it, understanding more about it, and now feel, having seen the developments in the recent years, not least the launch of Geyser and the funds and the wonderful other projects like Orange Pill app, that it's time to actually commit to doing something that I think will add to the community, and hopefully add something to the success of this particular circular economies. Without any more ado, I'll click on the present, and I can give you a little bit more context in what Beers for Bozza is all about.
All right, go ahead. Hopefully this works. All right, there we are. I'm going to bow back out.
Okay, so this is basically our project proposal. I thought I would use that to present on to give you a bit more structure on what we're up to. Our project is slightly different from perhaps some of the other projects, primarily because we're based in Europe. And I believe not without, this is not a judgmental comment, but it's a comment that I think that what happens in different areas of the world doesn't necessarily need to have the same response. What works well for building circular economies, perhaps in Central America or in Africa, would not, in my opinion, necessarily work, would be suboptimal for what's required in Europe. Europe has a completely different history, a completely different set of financial structures, and as such, I've approached this from a slightly different approach, and believe that that we needed to find the right kind of tool to both to promote the project, to create the project, and drive forward the concept to make a success of creating a circular economy. And as such, we've decided to take a step back slightly and start by making a film. And I'll outline in greater detail why the film is the vehicle that we want to use to get to where we want to be, which is join the rest of the global community of circular economies. And I'm very keen that the project that we have going on in Boza will become a showcase or a guide for other European projects to build on and to go forward. So without more, I'll explain a little bit more about our particular project. Boza is a city on the west coast of Sardinia, 7,500 inhabitants. It's a popular tourist destination and has a very strong local sense of identity. So the local people have not been completely suffocated by tourism, and neither are they inhospitable. They're very hospitable to the people, but the season is very short. It only lasts for two or 3 months at the most every year, and for the rest of the year, there's very little economic activity. One of the things that attracted me to start living in Sardinia and to move here was the important role that agriculture plays. It still plays. Many people have what they call the day job and their campagna, which is the land. So many people already have a dual role in life, where they will work for money, but they will also grow their own vegetables. I believe they have a high degree of self-sovereignty and independence, which comes from understanding how to grow your own food. And I believe that's an important part of Bitcoin, that it's not just about the money, it's also about how you live your life and how you can survive outside of the system or alongside or in parallel with the system. With building a Bitcoin circular economy in Boza, we knew that we needed to obviously reach out to the local people and encourage them and explain to them and educate them. But rather than, unfortunately, in Europe, there's been a strong, there's been a history of people, big projects and scams, really, where people have been convinced that maybe they should dabble in Bitcoin. It's nearly always been through trading, and that has often led to them to lose money rather than really understand what Bitcoin truly is. So rather than actually looking to reach out in the beginning to merchants and people to actually take on Bitcoin as a currency that they can use for daily transactions, we've decided to make a film about that, about where it's an inspirational film of where Boza can be in 2028. So what we're going to do is we're making a mockumentary, which means that it's in many ways it will look like a documentary on Boza, which is an amazing Bitcoin city. But much of the things that we'll be doing will be invented, if you like, or over-engineered, so that we can take forward something that's inspirational for other cities, saying we could be like Boza, and the film, and then you get a self effect that will come through, driving more and more towns in Europe to adopt maybe a similar approach. And obviously, making a film gives us a wonderful record of what will be happening both on camera and off camera as we record and save the raw footage for perhaps other uses in the future. The idea is that, as I said, it's an inspirational video about somebody who will visit Boza and sees a community that has embraced Bitcoin as its economic standard. We're very keen to we are in fact reaching out and collaborating with many different projects that are involved in either providing hardware or services in Bitcoin, and they will very much be product placement opportunities to be included in the film and show what the cutting edge of the Bitcoin ecosystem it actually is. The people that are involved with the project at the moment are myself and another guy called Marco. Marco is a professional filmmaker. Has years of experience making commercial films, publicity material. And so our first step was to draft a film synopsis, which you can see the link there if you wish to have a read a bit more in detail of how the film will how the final film will pan out. But our first step with actually to give you a bit more of a feeling of about our city, I'd like to share our 3-minute teaser video.
Carl, have you found the video? Carl, can you hear me? No, I think you froze for a moment. Carl, are you able to hear me? Carl, I'm going to wave at you to see if I can get your attention. Hello, everyone. If you're tuning into the live stream, we have a technical issue, it looks like. We're going to have to wait for Carl to finish watching the video there. I think he thinks that we're seeing it, but we're not.
Did you? I hope everyone's. Scott, did you see the video? Did that
No,
come
I
across?
was trying to get your attention. We've just been watching you. We can't see it. Yeah, so what you need to do if you want to try again, we don't have a presentation immediately after this. So if you want to
Can I just do that video again then, and I'll
if
just.
you want to give it a second go, here's what I
Yeah.
recommend. Open it in the same.
Let me try this, Scott. See if this works.
There we go. That's what you needed to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't click the button at the top.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Nella pittoresca cittadina costiera di Bosa,
Hold on.
situata nella provincia di Oristano in Sardegna, Italia, un visitatore curioso si avventura alla scoperta di una realtà che va oltre la bellezza paesaggistica e il fascino. Nella pittoresca cittadina costiera di Bosa, situata nella provincia di Oristano in Sardegna, Italia, un visitatore curioso si avventura alla scoperta di una realtà che va oltre la bellezza paesaggistica e il fascino della costa. Ma presto scoprirà che Bosa è molto di più di un semplice luogo di vacanza. Questo visitatore intraprendente si immerge nella vita di Bosa, dove la gente del posto sembra vivere in un mondo a parte. Qui la felicità e la spensieratezza sono all'ordine del giorno e gli abitanti sono noti per la loro generosità e disponibilità nel mostrare ai visitatori luoghi autentici e genuini della città. Ma tutto cambia dopo un pranzo in un ristorante locale. Il visitatore, desideroso di ripagare l'ospitalità ricevuta, scopre che la sua carta di credito non funziona. La situazione sembra critica, ma il suo affidabile accompagnatore bosano interviene, estraendo una carta particolare dalla sua tasca e pagando il conto. È il primo indizio che qualcosa di straordinario sta accadendo a Bosa. Rapidamente il visitatore viene coinvolto in una serie di eventi e scoperte sorprendenti. Bosa è diventata la prima comunità italiana a utilizzare i bitcoin per qualsiasi tipo di pagamento. Ma c'è di più dietro a questa apparente rivoluzione economica. Bitcoin for Bosa è un film che sfida l'immaginazione di tutti, ambientato nel prossimo futuro del 2028, in un luogo dove il Bitcoin ha creato inclusione e sicurezza economica per tutti nella città di Bosa. Un posto dove abitanti e visitatori possono vivere, lavorare e divertirsi in un'economia circolare basata su Bitcoin. Una comunità dove avviare un'attività e crescere una famiglia sono facilitati in modi inimmaginabili. Scopriamo insieme come questa realtà unica ha trasformato Bosa in una comunità all'avanguardia, dove il futuro e la tradizione si fondono in un modo mai visto prima.
So that was a short glimpse of our town, showing where we're based and what we've done so far. Important to get an idea of what we're doing. Now on to the other aspects of the proof of work that we've been doing over the last 6 months. We've also made a short video that we submitted to the Bitcoin Film Festival in Warsaw, which was called Pizza Day, to promote the first merchant accepting Bitcoin payments in Boza. We've also been working, reaching out to various different, as I said, hardware manufacturers and payment platforms like K1 and Tianki, both from El Salvador. They're both very keen on what we're doing, and we'll be going to be including their wonderful Lightning ATM and their platform, which we've already integrated with our bulk payment cards. We also received 2 Bitcoinized ATM terminals as part of their global promotion, which you probably saw in the film. And we've also launched what we call hashtag card funding project on Giza since the beginning of the year, which is basically an opportunity for people to contribute to the cost of producing the Lightning payment cards that will be used in the film, and then obviously ongoing they will also be used by the local community as we build out the second phase of the project, which is actually building the local circular economy. Moving on, I will jump some of the vision and plan and move straight through to because I'm sure I'm running out of time. I jumped straight through to what we're planning on actually doing. We're planning on making a 1-minute video, another 1-minute video that will be used in the actual final film, and that's what we're looking for funding for at the moment, is to make the next 1-minute video. This will be slightly more structured than what you've just seen and what you see in the Pizza Day film, because we're hoping to onboard 20 local people that will be that will go through an education program that will allow them to understand what it is that they will be expected to do practically, and B, allow them to be able to be fully participating in the ongoing film. Well, what we're basically doing is taking like people that know nothing about Bitcoin and creating a structure where they can actually, first of all, become what you might call non-speaking extras in our film, and then moving through to selecting the best of the non-speaking extras to becoming full actors in the film. And we will be following their both their daily activities, be it going to the land where they farm their land, or going to their business where they act, wherever they work, and showing how how during the following months that they become more and more involved in Bitcoin, and also we'll be using that to take forward the whole film plot. I think I've pretty much covered everything I wanted to say, other than first of all, I'd like two things. One other thing is that we're as a project, we're already going to be committing a million sats to the project. If we get funding for this from this grant, we will be committing 1 million sats on top of the 200 million that we've asked for. And I'd just like to say, finally, a very big thank you to whoever it was that in the last days has donated 200,000 sats to our project. It really makes us feel good that we're moving in the right direction. One other last thing is, I'd just like to say that we're very aware that there's very few European projects. If we might be the only one, I think, other than one in Bulgaria, that's involved, and we're very much focused on becoming the go-to role model and the place for future Bitcoiners that want to be involved in creating circular economies in other places in Europe. We've pretty much in the town, we've pretty much got somebody that's fluent in just about every European language. So if people that are watching this and want to come and visit us, or discuss Bitcoin, or work out how they can do something similar for their local community, we're very much positioning ourselves to be the circular economy hub in Europe.
Molto bene, grazie, Carl. Thank you so much. It's great to hear about the initiative. Great teaser film. that you've got, and great to see the vision. I'm hoping, no way to verify, but I'm hoping that some of those sats that you've seen flowing your way over the last couple of days are through visibility of provided through this grants campaign. Again, I'm going to use this opportunity to plug all of the projects. You see the link here to B is for Bosa at the bottom of the screen. Please use that link to go visit their project and their application and consider making a donation. We're counting on humans around the world who are inspired by all of these projects to show some love for the projects. These are amazing community development projects, the layer zero of Bitcoin. So again, yeah, please visit them and take a look while you're there at all of the project applications and consider showing some support. Carl, wishing you all the best over the next little while. Looking forward to keeping in touch, collaborating with you over the months ahead, and seeing this initiative advance. And as you said, using it as an opportunity to encourage communities elsewhere in Europe and elsewhere to follow suit and to learn from what you're doing. So thank you very much. Wishing you all the best for the remainder of your day, and we look forward to being in touch.
Thanks very much, Scott.
All right, cheers. All right, everyone. That concludes this segment of today's live stream. We're going to be on break now. I'm going to step away, and we'll be returning in just under an hour, about 50 minutes from now, for our next presentation, which will be Bitcoin Victoria Falls in Zambia. We have 5 more presentations, almost one after the other, once we return from break. So look forward to having you rejoin us when we reconvene shortly, and we'll see you then. All right, everyone who's out there watching, thank you. We are back. We're ready to get going with our next presentation. And I'm going to welcome up to the stage Adam Copperthwaite. There we are. Hey, Adam, good to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm well. How are you doing today?
Doing good.
Good. I see you have a presentation. You have two there, right? One for each of your presentations?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to bring that one up to the stage. I'll intro you in a second, but I'll just do some preamble just for anyone who's joining us right now. My name is Scott Wolf. I'm the coordinator of the Federation of Bitcoin Circular Economies. We're partnering with Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador and Geyser on this round of funds for Bitcoin Circular Economies, thanks to Bitcoin Beach, the Bitcoin Beach grants. We are kicking off the second half of today's presentations from projects that have applied for grants. For those of you who are just tuning in, the recording from yesterday's presentations, there were 3, as well as from this morning's presentations, will all be available on the Geyser Twitter account through the live stream, as well as on the YouTube channel. We have 2 more days of presentations. That's tomorrow, July 11th, and then July 12th. After today, we're about halfway through the presentations. You'll see that for each of the presentations, we provided the URL, the link to the actual application from the project. You'll see it here for Bitcoin Victoria Falls, down below, geyser.fund/entry/3231. That'll bring you, if you follow that link, it'll bring you to their specific application for the Bitcoin Beach grant, but you can also then connect to all of their socials linked there, as well as their overall project. We encourage you to go visit them, learn more about all of these really inspiring projects, and to consider making a donation to them. Their needs and their capacity to grow the local circular economy extends beyond what we're able to do just through this grant. So we hope that you'll be willing to support them as well. As you'll hear, there's lots of amazing work happening. And we're really excited to not only be able to provide some support through these grants, but actually some visibility and help them further advance their efforts through the Geyser page. I'm going to, step off stage now. I'll hand it over to Adam, who will tell us first about Bitcoin Victoria Falls. And then Adam, cue me whenever you're ready, and we can transition over to the second project that you're a lead for, which is Bitcoin Montserrat. So we have about 35 minutes total for all of those. I'll let you take it away, and just let me know if you need anything else from me and when you're ready to transition to Bitcoin Montserrat afterwards.
Cool. And I was just going through and reposting this to our Bitcoin Victoria Falls audience. Wonderful. Well, nice to meet everybody who's following the live stream and maybe who might be watching this later. I'm going to talk about both projects as Scott just mentioned. Bitcoin Victoria Falls is the furthest along, and then Bitcoin Montserrat is coming up next, and that's a project in the works. But diving into Bitcoin Victoria Falls, we're going to set the stage here in Livingston, Zambia, and give you a little bit of information about kind of what the demographics are, where it is in the African continent, and then what some of the challenges might be in the area, and then we'll get into kind of the specifics on the project, how it's been going so far, and what our future plans are. That is our logo, and again, the project is located in Livingston, Zambia. This is kind of a great picture of kind of where Livingston might be on the African continent. It's kind of smack dab in the middle of South Africa, kind of on the Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Namibia border. In Western Zambia, is what you would call it. So if you look at that kind of picture to the right there, that does denote a little bit of zoomed in on Zambia as a country. It is a very large country, and the Livingston Victoria Falls area is kind of on that southern border there. When we visited, my wife and I visited in November before this project kicked off earlier this year. We had some great opportunities to venture into Zimbabwe and Botswana as well. and get a little bit of experience of all three countries while we were in the area. As far as some fun facts about Livingston, the population is approximately 180,000 people. Victoria Falls was named after a European explorer, but the local name is, I'm going to try to pronounce it, I'm probably going to butcher it, but Mosiotonia, and that means thundering smoke or the smoke that thunders. And so you'll see that as the national park name in the local area. The city is served by an international airport, which connects to Lusaka, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Mumbola, and Nairobi. So those are the ways to get direct access to the area beyond driving. And then Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe is the closest adjacent city. So as far as if you were going into Zimbabwe, which we did while we were there, you're just kind of crossing over a bridge, crossing the border patrol there and entering into Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, where the population is approximately 110,000 people on that side of the border. As I mentioned earlier, there's several national parks in the area, including the Mosiotonia National Park, Victoria Falls National Park. That's on either side of the Zambia and Zimbabwe border for the falls itself, which I believe are a natural wonder of the world. And then you also have some close national parks for safaris and game drives, including Chobe National Park and Hwange National Park. Chobe is in Botswana, which was about an hour and a half away from Livingston, and then Hwange is on the Zimbabwe. If you would cross the border into Victoria Falls, head towards Bulawayo, where there's another Bitcoin circular economy project under the works with Alexandria the Great on X. And then as you're on your way to Bulawayo, you would stop about halfway at Hwange National Park, and there's some safaris and game drives there. Some great tourist opportunities in the area, especially as it relates to kind of African tourism. You have safari game drives. You have whitewater rafting on the Zambezi, which is just south of or just kind of at the bottom half of the falls. Zip lines, bungee jumping. Devil's Pool is kind of like you swim on top of the falls and look down in them, and so that's pretty cool. There's boat cruises on the Zambezi, micro flights, which are kind of like smaller mini helicopters. Helicopter rides, white rhino walks, and obviously a lot of nature and animals in the area. I was meant to plug in a slide on challenges as I didn't put it in the original, but then I just got caught up in some other things. So just to talk about some of the challenges that are on the ground right now, they are actively going through about approximately 8 to 12 hours of electricity curtailment a day, which is a newer thing. The Zambia is very much reliant on hydroelectricity. And in this past year, they did not have as much hydropower as they had anticipated, which has led to a kind of a drought or a dry season within Zambia, and it has created a lot of challenges for their grid. So that is one of the current challenges is energy curtailment, where they are asked and energy is basically turned off to them for 8 to 12 hours a day. There's not a foreseeable out in that in the future. The kwacha has also been, the Zambian kwacha is also their national currency and has been one of the highest inflation running currencies in the past couple of years. It's been extremely challenging for them on the ground there, and there's been some recent rumblings within reports and within government that they might put further regulatory restriction and capital controls around the use of the US dollar in the area, which would be even further debilitating for the people who are getting debased constantly by the kwacha. So that's currently kind of a lot of the challenges. The other challenge that I've noted that's kind of specific to the project is employment in the area. And just employment in the country in general. I'm speaking actively to a lot of graduates and students of our My First Bitcoin course, and employment seems to be a big desire of a lot of people, and it's just hard to come by. This project specifically was inspired by a trip to El Salvador and Bitcoin Beach. And when I went there, I had just thought of my global network and my global presence and my passion for traveling the world. And so I thought that this was a project at Bitcoin Beach that could be replicable by myself by just seeding and operationalizing and helping with it somewhere in the world. I landed on Livingston, Zambia because of my connections with the Free Haven Community Initiative. It's a philanthropic educational initiative for the K through 12 ages that goes into rural villages in the Livingston area. and helps children with education, extracurricular activities, staying on the right track, and financial support, as well as meal support. I had been donating to philanthropically to that initiative for, I think it's like 6 to 8 years is around where I've been donating to. And my sister knows the founder of that initiative through church in the kind of Maryland, Delaware area where I'm from. So that's how I got connected to that project, and kind of where I work to grow the circular economy because of those connections. Additionally, it's inspired by My First Bitcoin, which is educational curriculum within that's coming out of El Salvador and a nonprofit organization there. And we are an official light node of that My First Bitcoin node network. Some of the proof of work that we've been able to display, as again, we did launch this in March of 2024 this year, after about a year of planning and meetings. We did have a first cohort complete, which is 8 graduates there, you can see on the left. And then our cohort 2 is actually finishing up this Friday in 2 days from now. So we have 14 eligible graduates. We require them to attend 4 out of 5 classes to get a graduation certificate. So we have 14 eligible, and we'll see see how many we get as far as completing that certificate for this round. We do monthly meetups, and so we had 32. These are just our 3rd and 4th meetup numbers as far as attendees, which, I mean, it's grown substantially. We had 32 attendees at the 3rd meetup approximately, and approximately 48 attendees at our last meetup. And it's just been amazing to see the growth in the meetups and the interest in the educational curriculum that's coming from people attending the meetups and getting a taste of things and learning a little bit about it. For the 48 attendees that showed up, we had 72 register for our last meetup, which is just crazy. I mean, I've been to a lot of meetups in the US where I live, and those numbers are bigger than some of the meetups here. So just amazing to see how, on the 4th go round of our monthly meetups, how large these are being attended and how much it's growing in the local area. Proof of work as far as merchant adoption, this has kind of been our 2nd phase, and we're really just kind of entering into this right now. We wanted to really start with the pillar of education and start with the classes and the My First Bitcoin curriculum, and getting people together in social gatherings with the meetup. But out of that has spun some of our graduates taking on Bitcoin acceptance within their own businesses within the town. One of the good things is that Jolly Boys Backpackers was an existing a business in the area that did accept on-chain Bitcoin. And so the owner there is familiar with Bitcoin and was listed on btcmap.org. So when I went to the area, I was able to connect with him and to speak with him a little bit. He doesn't have Lightning and stuff set up yet. So if you wanted to visit Jolly Boys and go yourself, it's a kind of like hostel backpackers lodge. Then you need to ask for the owner to pay on chain directly to his wallet. But that's a great option. It's where we host our meetups as well, as they have a great kind of food and beverage area and nice big open space for events. So we host all of our meetups there, and it helps us be able to pay for the food and beverage in Bitcoin, as well as our teacher who travels in from Lusaka stays there when he's in town. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later in our future plans. David Malinta is one of our first graduates. He owns a printing shop, copywriting shop, and he does all of our workbooks, T-shirts, advertisement stickers, that kind of thing. And he accepts Bitcoin as well, and was one of the first. And it was actually really, really great to have him as an early student and graduate of the My First Bitcoin course, because that copywriting and materials is really big at the initial stage of the project. So it just happened to be a great connection that we made with David at the early stages of the project. And then being able to get all the workbooks printed through him and get T-shirts done for the project and stuff was just a great addition to the early stages of this project. We did recently onboard 2 additional businesses, Nature Trek Run and Tours, which is run by one of our graduates, Ashios. That is a tourism-based business where he connects you with game drives, with the whitewater rafting, with any of the things that I talked about earlier. So for any of our Bitcoin tourists that are be visiting the area that want to kind of come and check out the beautiful area that this project is located in, we can get you connected with Ashios for that. And then Keswell, one of our other graduates, recently, he has a taxi service in town that he is rebranding into Bitwheels. So this is a really cool project. He has 3 taxis, and he's training all the taxi drivers to accept Bitcoin. and rebranding his company into being kind of the Bitcoin taxi service for the local area. So we're really supportive in his venture there and hope for growth. And if you're coming to the area and flying in or need transportation around town, just give us a shout and we'll get you connected with Keswell, who can make sure that your needs are serviced from that perspective. As far as future plans and what we would use this funding for, again, we have this project specifically has been very supported from a funding perspective, and we're very grateful for that. And getting a grant from Bitcoin Akazi and Bitcoin Beach from, I think, one of the original concepts of this really gave us the foundation for our finances in 2024. And then Milwaukee Bitcoin Meetup recently made a very generous donation to us as well to support the stability of our finances moving into the future and into 2025. We have lots of growth ideas, so we do need that continued funding to be able to support those growth ideas in 2025. And some of those growth ideas I'll kind of go through here. Along with all of the other individual donations and guys, I think we have 29 contributors in total. Every single SAT has been greatly appreciated and greatly supported. And once again, 95% of our line items have been paid out in Bitcoin. So that's just a great thing to see as well. So for future plans, we are looking to hire Humphrey as a full-time teacher into a full-time position. He's also considering relocating from Lusaka to Livingston to be local to the area. Right now, again, he's commuting in, working 2 days a week and then heading back to Lusaka. During this cohort, he's picked up a couple of weeks where he's actually just stayed in town, and we've been able to support moving him to full-time payment for those weeks where he is staying in full and having meetings related to the project. So that's been great. But we are looking to hopefully in 2025 have him living in Livingston and also in a full-time role with the project. We're also considering teaching my first Bitcoin class in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. It's very accessible right over the border. There's a lot of unique challenges that is nuanced about Zimbabwe versus Zambia, and Zimbabwe has a lot of active capital controls. So we'd love to get into that country to be teaching about Bitcoin and have kind of a border idea here where you have a class that's taught on the Zambia side and a class that's taught on the Zimbabwe side. So that's really exciting, being able to potentially make an impact in two different countries that are bordering each other, and what that could also mean for cross-border payments as well. I think there's a couple advanced Bitcoin classes that we'd like to teach. One is an energy Bitcoin mining gridless class. Energy obviously is a big challenge right now in Zambia with the curtailment. And then as far as that relates to Bitcoin mining in hydroelectricity, and then also what Gridless is doing. Gridless, if you're not familiar, is a Bitcoin mining company that's working in Africa on connecting to rural grids. So I think an advanced class on Bitcoin mining energy and Gridless as a company and what they're doing would be huge for the locals. We'd also, I know My First Bitcoin is working on an advanced Bitcoin class for business adoption, so we'd also like to teach that. We'd like to hire and train 2 business adoption managers who can go and open up businesses in the area and then continue to support them. One thing I'm a big believer in is making sure that we're offering them the right solution for what their business needs are, whether that's using their phone, whether that's a Bitcoin point of sale system, and whether that point of sale system needs to be able to have an exit ramp or whether they prefer to hold that with no exit ramp and with their own self custody. And there's a couple different options there. So I think in order to do that, we need to be able to have business adoption managers who can support that and make sure that they're working alongside these businesses and meeting with them often to ensure the continued success as the project moves forwards. And within that same vein, we're going to continue to build relationships with local tour operators, businesses, cafes, lodges, spas, craft sellers, tourism boards, and the local council. And so Humphrey's already been having a lot of meetings with various stakeholders within the community. And we're starting to really see this kind of merchant adoption side of the circular economy start to take off. So I think that's all I've got for you as far as Bitcoin Victoria Falls. If anybody has any specific questions, you can feel free to reach out to us on X or Nostr, and we or email. My email is the emails monitor is bitcoinvictoriafalls@gmail.com. We'd be happy to interact with anybody who has some ideas on this circular economy or can contribute to it in any manner. We are also encouraging people to visit the area who are Bitcoiners. Again, this is a beautiful part of Africa with a lot of tourism opportunities. I mean, we had a great whitewater rafting experience and 2 awesome safaris while we were there. So come visit, come hang out, come meet our Bitcoiners in the area, come attend our meetups, stay at the local hostel, and continue to help us build this circular economy and grow it from there.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Adam, for that thorough overview of Bitcoin Victoria Falls. And yeah, I'd echo that as not to pull away at all from Vic Falls and that area. I've been there on both sides of the border, and just stunning and amazing, wonderful people, and incredible. Okay, want to underscore that, but like stress that as a point too, right? Like, go and spend your sats in places that you usually wouldn't. Not to pull away from Rome or Paris or whatnot, but like, go to Lusaka, go to Nairobi, visit Accra, visit Cartagena. Get out there traveling throughout the so-called global south, especially places where there's burgeoning Bitcoin circular economies, and contribute to the local economy, and pull this world together, right, through your travels, if you're going to go somewhere. So hey, that's my plug for putting your feet to work and getting out there as Bitcoiners, and helping build community through your tourism dollars, if you're coming from abroad. Okay, down from my soapbox, and back over to you. Let's pivot and have you tell us about the relatively new Bitcoin Montserrat. So I'm going to pull down this presentation, and there we go, switching from Southern Africa over to the Caribbean, and I'll step back out. So back over to you.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, Echo, go visit the Global South. I've been to a lot of South America and Africa, or not a lot of Africa, a bit of Africa, but it's just a great cultural experience, and there's a lot to do. But yeah, jumping into Montserrat. So we're going to set the stage here in the Caribbean, and on a beautiful small island within the Caribbean of Montserrat. So just again, to talk a little bit about where this is located, it's quite close to Antigua. And kind of in that eastern Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis as well, and kind of Guadeloupe. So it's in that, you'll see, if you look on the right hand side of the screen, you'll see a kind of a red circle there. That's the location of Montserrat. As far as zooming in a little bit, this is the island specifically. You're going to see a pre-1995 descriptor here, and then a post-1995 descriptor. And we'll get into a little bit about why pre and post-1995 in the next slide. But the bottom line is that the majority of the island was wiped out by a volcano in 1995, which has created a lot of the challenges that we'll talk about today, and kind of where the island is at as of 2024. But you can kind of see how the community was set up pre-1995, and some of it was set up on that south side. If you see Plymouth on the left-hand side of the screen there, that was the capital pre-1995. And this kind of goes back to when the island was really thriving in the 70s and 80s, which we'll talk about in a little bit on why the island was so popular and thriving culturally in the 70s and 80s. And then the post 1995, there is an exclusion zone, so there is no building or living allowed within the exclusion zone. I don't think there's any tourism allowed in there either. It's limited to limited. It says limited daytime access, but I don't know the exact details of what that means. Soufriere Hills there on the bottom of the screen on the right hand side is kind of what is the volcano that went off, and then you'll see Plymouth there marked out as far as it was abandoned, and everybody now lives above the exclusion zone. Little Bay at the top left hand side of the screen is kind of the new port town, and that's kind of what they've been building as the new Plymouth. And so that's kind of where a lot of the development and the capital got moved to after that volcano went off in 1995. Jumping into a little bit more about that and kind of the island's fun facts. Population's 5,000. but it was around 13,000 in the early 1990s pre-volcano. So you can see quite a bit of population decrease there. When that volcano did go off in 1995 and caused a lot of destruction, the United Kingdom did allow Montserratans to immigrate to the UK with full citizenship. So a lot of them took advantage of that, and that's kind of where you see a lot of the population decrease. It did get a lot lower than 5,000, and so it's been growing ever since, back up again. So on that 5,000 mark, you're really seeing that on a growth trend instead of a downturn at this time. There is scheduled flights from Antigua, Fly Montserrat, and ABM Air. There is not currently a boat to the island, so the primary way to get there is by a charter flight from Antigua. And you'll see here the details on the volcano. So on 18th of July, 1995, the dormant Soufriere Hills volcano became active, and the eruptions destroyed the capital city of Plymouth and amongst the other areas on that south side of the island. Getting back into really the inspiration for this and kind of where it came from, we'll get into this documentary in a little bit, but in the 70s and 80s, for more than a decade, George Martin, producer of the Beatles, had an Air Montserrat studio on the island and played host to recording sessions from rock musicians in the 70s and 80s, such as Dire Straits, The Police, Rush, Elton John, John Lennon, Michael Jackson, the Rolling Stones, Earth, Wind and Fire. I mean, you name it. Any cultural musician icon in the 70s and 80s pretty much visited Montserrat and recorded music on that island. At that time, the island was absolutely thriving, and there's a great documentary that I would encourage everybody to watch. That really chronicles George Martin's studio and kind of what it meant to the island and how that got all pretty much. It didn't just get depleted by the volcano. There was a change from analog recording of music to digital recording, and that kind of started to slow things down in the 90s as far as how much musicians were visiting the island. But you had kind of a depletion of that recording, and then also the volcano just kind of really catalysted all of that and made it even challenging. A unique kind of Bitcoin angle here is that Montserrat lost at home to El Salvador in the Nations League qualifying tournament in 2018. Also played them in 2019. Drew with them in the COVID-19 World Cup qualifying tournament, and now they're up against El Salvador again in the CONCACAF Nations League in 2024. So it seems that the Montserrat football team often is up against El Salvador's football team. So maybe we can get some orange pilling going through the football soccer angle there. But that was just a fun fact. They also had played Bhutan quite often, which I just thought was a funny coincidence. Before we jump into this, I'm going to talk a little bit about the challenges on the island because it's related to the volcano. Again, thriving 70s and 80s, 13,000 people, cultural, Caribbean hub, and then the volcano hits. Along with that, there's an energy challenge here. You're paying about 53 cents per kilowatt hour for energy on the island, and 100% of that is from oil, diesel, and I think liquid gas. So there's a lot of geothermal activity on the island, which we'll talk about a little bit later because of the volcano, obviously. But that's not been tapped into from an energy perspective as far as building a power plant or anything like that. And I think that's partially because of the population size, right? There's just not enough consumers to financially support building a geothermal power plant. So there's a Bitcoin mining energy geothermal angle to this project as well, which I'm kind of working on in the background. This project was inspired by Bitcoin Beach as well. Same story there from Bitcoin Victoria Falls, visited in 2022 and thought, hey, I can replicate this. The unique part about where this project came to the forefront is in December of 2023, so just about 7-8 months ago, I was at my buddy's house in Connecticut, and we both partied together at Virginia Tech. And he kept his grandparents bought property on the island in the 70s, back when it was thriving in that cultural time period. And he's always been telling me about this island, and they still his family still has the property there, and he's visited many times, and he always telling me about this island. But he never showed me this documentary until this past Christmas. And when I watched this documentary Under the Volcano, which chronicles the cultural, thriving, and then the volcano happening, I was like, wow, this is perfect for a Bitcoin circular economy. And at that time, obviously, we were like really launching Bitcoin Victoria Falls, right at that time, right? We were kind of at the end stages. We had found our teacher. I had just visited the area, and that project was kind of like at the forefront of getting ready to launch. And so I said, hey, why not double down here and go for a second Bitcoin circular economy and see what we can do. So that's kind of the inspiration for where this project. A lot of it was watching that documentary in my mind, just going, I want a revival via Bitcoin, right? I want to revive this island to how thriving it was in the 70s and 80s with the Bitcoin angle. And then you have a great reason for that, as far as, it being an island. Circular economy is already going to be something that they're interacting with a lot, because there's not a lot of access to the island. And then you have the whole geothermal and energy aspect as well. As far as proof of work, it's going to be somewhat limited on this project, as it's still in the planning stages. So Matthew Bauer there, he's my good friend who I mentioned had told me about it. His parents, Jeff and Liz, and their family are property owners on the island. So I have connections there through that, their family has owned property on the island since the 70s. And obviously, with it being a small community, they know a lot of people and have had a lot of interactions. A gentleman named Ali who's connected with the Bitcoin Policy United Kingdom. His brother-in-law is Julian Romero. And Julian is the brother of Donaldson Romero and Romeo. And Donaldson Romeo is the former premier of the island, which is their president. So he's still a sitting politician or still running for office. They're actually actively in elections right now. We're waiting kind of to see how those elections complete. And then we'll be rolling in January, hopefully, to move forward with the project, kind of separate of the political situation. But it is interesting to have some connections within leadership on the island. And I think politics is a little bit different on a smaller island, where it's much more community based, and they're working together quite often. Again, I've had a lot of meetings regarding this. We've met with Ali and Julian on a meeting. David Croissant from Start9 is considering and has temporarily committed to being our teacher for this project. So we would be bringing him in to teach that, and he works for Start9. We did have a meeting with Dred recently from OpenSats. He's working on a Flash Bitcoin app for the Caribbean. And he's I think they just launched the OpenSats educational grants, and Dred's going to be leading that project. So I just met with him. He lives in Jamaica. And that was a really, really great meeting. I also have tentative meetings with Jose Lopez, which is the CEO of Volcano Energy. And I have a tentative meeting with Nicholas Bowick, who is the Bitcoin Policy UK lead on the mining and energy sector as well. So those are both recent meetings that I've been in communication with, and I'm just trying to get a kind of a scheduled date to talk to them further about the energy implications for Montserrat. We also applied for a grant with the Human Rights Foundation. So we went through the grant process there, and we're still waiting in that process. But there was an allocation from that grant application to both Bitcoin Victoria Falls and Bitcoin Montserrat. Bitcoin Victoria Falls getting a larger amount of the requested amount just due to its more advanced nature, and then a smaller portion going to the first year of funding for Bitcoin Montserrat to hopefully support year one of growing this, growing the circular economy and starting with education. As far as future plans, in our meeting with Julian, he has offered that he has a classroom available to teach the My First Bitcoin curriculum. Obviously, within our, kind of my philosophy on growing these circular economies, the first pillar is education. The second pillar is kind of merchant adoption, and the third is financial empowerment, and those can kind of go hand in hand. But we're going to start with education, as we did with Bitcoin Victoria Falls, and hopefully teach the My First Bitcoin curriculum in a classroom on the island. I plan to visit the island in January. As I mentioned, David from Start9 has tentatively agreed to join me in January and stay on the island for a period of 18 weeks to teach up to 3 instances of the My First Bitcoin curriculum. During this time, we really like to identify a community leader. I've been trying to do so from afar, but the population variance is kind of what I've noticed has been a big challenge to just even meet other people on the island, right? Livingston's 180,000 people. Montserrat's 5,000 people, right? So I've just been realizing that the population size and the difference in that is really a variable that comes into play here, and kind of identifying any Bitcoiners in the island or anybody that's interested in technology that would want to learn about Bitcoin and could help to teach others in the community. So identifying a community leader is still really important to us. But I found in the Bitcoin Victoria Falls, and one of the reasons we brought Humphrey over is that we really need to make sure that we're bring somebody who's Bitcoin knowledgeable, who can really teach the curriculum with strength as a teacher is a primary importance to the success of the project over the long term. Again, following the same roadmap: education, merchant adoption, financial empowerment. And then I mentioned the Bitcoin mining angle, where there's 2 existing geothermal wells that were drilled by the United Kingdom with a research grant, but they've never tapped those wells. They've never built a power plant on those wells. They're just sitting there. And again, I think that's a lot because the customer base isn't necessarily there with the population size. They currently import 99.4% oil and diesel for their energy supply. And again, that's at one of the most expensive clips at 53 cents per kilowatt hour. So just a massive cost for the people that live there. So yeah, that's everything from me. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks so much, Adam. Great overview of both Bitcoin Victoria Falls and Bitcoin Montserrat. A highlight for everyone who's out there watching, or if you're watching the recording, please take note of the link at the bottom of the page to Bitcoin Montserrat's application to the Bitcoin Beach grants below, geyser.fund/entry/3232. Go take a look and visit them and consider making a donation. Fascinating to look at both of your presentations in connection. You see the evolution, walking backwards from Montserrat to Vic Falls, the evolution from sort of going from 0 to 1, and then where you are with Vic Falls from kind of 1 to 2. In terms, so you get kind of a complete walkthrough of setting up the thought that goes into establishing a Bitcoin circular economy, local connections, moving from education to merchant adoption and broader activity, and then from that, how to grow and sustain. So in addition to the value of this in terms of bringing attention to your specific projects, this is wonderful for people out there considering getting going with a Bitcoin circular economy locally to walk through those steps. So thank you for all of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, again, want to encourage everyone out there to learn more about these projects, Bitcoin Montserrat, Bitcoin Victoria Falls as well, and the other 20 plus projects that have applied for a grant as part of this initial Bitcoin Beach grants campaign for Bitcoin circular economies. They could really use your support. Sats would be fantastic if you want to provide them a donation over Geyser, or connect with them to discuss other ways that you might support. But definitely go and follow their socials, help retweet their updates, help them increase visibility. By increasing visibility for all of these projects, you can help them increase the likelihood that they're going to get support from others financially, but also to raise awareness in their local communities and maybe create a spark for other communities to kind of take similar initiatives. So that network effect happens at layer 0 with us, right? So please, take a little bit of time to support these projects through follows, through retweets, or on other social media, Noster, Instagram, elsewhere, to help them raise their visibility. And if you're in a position to do so, please consider making a donation to projects that inspire you. Thanks again so much, Adam, and wishing everyone on the team at Bitcoin Victoria Falls all the best. It's amazing to see the growth of the meetups and how the educational initiatives through Meet Premier Bitcoin are going. Been a real progression that's evident over the last year. So congratulations to all of you on that, and here's hoping Bitcoin Montserrat can get going over the months ahead. And we look forward to continuing to be in touch and collaborating over the months ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll say quickly on my way out. Bitcoin Montserrat has no funding yet, and so any type of donation would be greatly appreciated to get that project off the ground. And then obviously Bitcoin Victoria Falls as well. We're financially stable, but appreciate any donations and considerations there. And if anybody ever wants to meet, I am an open book. I'd love to meet and chat with people, help with them with their projects, show them a roadmap, talk to them, anything. So feel free to reach out to me personally as well if you want to just have a conversation. But thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Adam, and we'll be in touch. All right, everyone. We're scheduled for a short break. However, I noticed that our next presenter has logged in backstage. So I'm going to go check and see if we can, keep moving forward. Always better to be a little bit ahead of schedule as opposed to behind schedule. In the event that we run into any technical challenges or whatnot. So let me see if this is going to work, and if not, we'll take a short pause and I'll put a note up saying that we're coming back.
Hello,
Hello. Greetings.
Greetings.
how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
We're great.
It's Gustavo and, sorry, remind me, please.
Pietra.
Pietra, thank you so much. I'm trying to keep track of everyone's names. Really wonderful to connect with you. Thank you so much for joining in live. We were supposed to start in another few minutes, but if you're good to go, we're good to go. Shall we?
It's okay with us, as you prefer.
Okay, why don't we just in case, since we have people, it's always best to just continue since we have people watching the live streams. It gives us also a little bit of a buffer for the last few presentations in case we run into any technical challenges, which thankfully we're not here. It doesn't look like so. Why don't we get going? I believe you have. Am I correct that you have some slides you also want to use?
Yeah, I've sent you already by
So
mail.
it doesn't work. So the way that it works, if you have them with you right
Yeah,
now, if you're
yeah, I
pull them up on your computer, and then go at the bottom. You'll see a button that says present.
I don't have the option of present.
You should see it's down at the bottom. You should see a present button there.
Yes.
Not on the screen, but it should be down at the bottom of your of the
Yeah, I
of the
already found them.
Okay, so if you see present and then probably slides or share
Yeah,
screen,
but
one of those two
I have
options.
to do something before.
Thank you for bearing with us, everyone who's watching the live stream as we get set up here.
They are PNGs, and the app doesn't allow PNGs, only JPEGs.
Oh, it's not. It's images.
Yeah,
You know what? The best option then, instead of for slides, is maybe do a share screen. Try that if you bring them up and try share screen.
let me see.
Thanks for your patience, everyone. This is the Geyser tool, which is an amazing tool, but I'm not as adept at using it as my Geyser colleagues are. So.
Sí, pero mejor así.
I'll be right back. While you do that, I'm also going to look for the slides that you sent me to see if I can do it from my end. I don't think so, but Let's see if you can get those to come up on your end. And no rush, we're ahead of schedule, so let's just take our time. Oh, looks like,
Puedes entrar ahí, ¿no?
whoop,
Sí.
okay, there.
Can you see it?
I see those files as you do, so
Let me check. Okay.
so I'll pull it off screen while you maybe pull up an image.
El preview. Preview. Window. Esto no. Esto es lo que tenemos que mostrar.
Sí, pero puedes share entire screen, ¿no? Para regresar.
Pero el problema es que si lo cargo solo uno, tengo que cargar
Keep working at it. For those of you who are watching the live stream, we're just trying to sort through a technical issue here to get some images up on screen. So if you're not just watching us do our homework, we're about to get started with the next presentation. Just give us a moment to sort through this. Thank you.
No, aquí.
Fíjate a ver si lo ves ahí.
No. No, entra aquí. Ahí. Ok, ¿dónde está? Ahí.
It's showing the screen, but we don't see the screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now.
There, we're good now.
Yeah. Sorry for that.
All right. No, not at all. It's sometimes you need to try a few different things to get it to work. All right. Well, thank you so much, Gustavo and Pietra. Thank you so much for joining. For those of you who are watching the live stream out there or the recording, we're continuing with our presentations from projects around the world that have applied for small grant funding through the Bitcoin Beach grants. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see the name of this presentation, which is Bitcoin House Montevideo in Uruguay, and a link there, geyser.fund/entry/3275, which will take you to the details of their specific application for a grant, and it'll tell you more about their project, as well as help you connect with them. We encourage you to learn more about them, to support them by following them on social media. And if you're in a position to do so, please donate to their project to help them advance their goals. Take a look at all of the projects. We really want to raise the visibility of all of the projects that have applied for grants, and to help them increase their donations from the amazing world of Bitcoiners out there. So yeah, I'll hand it over to you, and you have about 15 minutes to walk us through more information about the Bitcoin House Montevideo, your vision for growing the circular economy how grant funding would and any other donations will help, and anything else you want to share with people watching the live stream. So over to you.
Thank you, Scott. I will start myself. My name is Gustavo, and I'm the founder behind Bitcoin House Montevideo. My initiative started a couple of years ago when I was trying to reach local Bitcoiners to see, what was going on locally around Bitcoin. And I wasn't able to find much really, apart from a couple of small groups that were doing little to nothing work about specifically Bitcoin. So this is when my idea of doing something started to came around, and I started to search for places to do activities. Then I reached a friend who owns a hotel in a very historical building in a centric location here in Montevideo, and she was open to do the activities. So we started talking, and then I ended associating with the business and make a shift from a regular hotel to a community-based place, and start to develop from here a place for gathering and for making activities related to Bitcoin scene. So this is when Pietra arrived from Sweden. I I really needed some help from someone with experience, and Pietra has already built a community in her hometown in Uppsala. So I would like her to tell a bit more about her experience and what she has done before.
Yes, so I was building Bitcoin communities in Sweden, mainly hosting meetups and workshops. And then I arrived here a month ago to Uruguay to help Gustavo and to be in charge of this project. So I'm going to tell you more about our project as well. Can we? Okay.
Yeah.
So a little bit about what we have done so far. So we have now a physical space, which is called Bitcoin House Montevideo. And this is a place for foreign and local Bitcoiners to meet, and also anybody interested to learn more about Bitcoin. And there is no other place like this in Uruguay at the moment, so we want to fill that void. And also we have been reaching out to existing local Bitcoin groups. It was inactive, but we have reinitiated the groups. So we're going to host our first Bitcoin meetup, 1st of August, in the hotel. Also, we have acquired printed educational material in Spanish, such as guides on how to accept Bitcoin as payment, for example, which is aimed for merchants and also for individuals. So a bit about our vision and plan. First of all, we want to improve our physical space. So we are currently renovating, but we want to improve all the infrastructure to be able to host our Bitcoin meetups and workshops and all the activities that we want to do in the hotel. We also want to set up a Bitcoin payment infrastructure to be able to accept Bitcoin as payment for all kinds of consumptions in a sovereign way. Also, we're going to reach out to merchants to facilitate information on how to accept Bitcoin as payment and offer technical solutions. Also, we want to, in the hotel, we want to also implement different technical solutions such as point-of-sale machines that accept lightning payments, and customized NFC cards to expose no coiners to Bitcoin. And and all of these activities are supposed to help to advance the Bitcoin circular economy. First of all in Montevideo and then in Uruguay. And also, this hotel is a place for, it's a center for arts and cultural activities. So our plan is that we want to continue to have these events in the hotel to mix different kinds of people and also expose Bitcoin to a variety of people. So what we would like to see with this project is we want to advance Bitcoin adoption on merchant and individual level, and also increase financial literacy and self-sovereignty. And also we want to do a bottom-up approach where for us it's very important that we adapt to the local needs of the community, first of all. And also mixing people of different areas to increase exposure. And then we also want to become self-sustaining, as the house that we have is also a hotel business. So our main business now is that we are renting rooms, and we want to improve this space to improve our services and what we can offer, so that we can continue with continue with our business and continue to host our meetups and do all the Bitcoin related stuff as well. And so because at the moment we are in the early stage of the creation, so resources are very scarce. So therefore the grant will help us to start building and to start implementing all the infrastructure that we want to build, such as the Bitcoin payment infrastructure. And so this will help us to get started.
Well, basically, we just started to reach some merchants, and we had some NFC cards that were given to us, and we saw that this kind of technology, like an NFC card, is very accepted because it's a physical option and it's easy. People are very familiar with NFC technology and using cards, so it's a very frictionless way to expose no coiners to Bitcoin payments. So this is why one of our focus is trying to give the merchants the solutions that they will need to increase the adoption of Bitcoin payments among their clients. So for this purpose, we also have reached some post vendors, some post machines vendors, so we could, buy some of them and distribute them among the merchants that are onboarded. We already onboarded a local shop, a smoothie local shop, where we are purchasing our smoothies now. And we also have had some talks with other merchants from, close by commerces. And they seem quite open, but they really what that is needed here. It's it's a very, very high educational, impact is what we need to do first. So this is one of our most important things is to get printed material in Spanish to give to people and to make activities for them to gather and to see. And one of the things that are important also to us is we as a company are not only accept Bitcoin as payment, we only want to be based on Bitcoin standard. So it's in our, locally for the friendliness of regulation here, we can do that in private. So our accountant will be in Bitcoin. So we would like to set up as a use case for other merchants of the advantages of using Bitcoin as money. Not only accepting Bitcoin, but also kind of shifting to the Bitcoin standard. Because when you look long term, basically, there is no other way to, to hold your wealth than holding Bitcoin. So our project is a long-term project, which is in very early phases. But the reality is that something is needed to be done here because the local activities are very, very scarce, and there is very low education in regarding Bitcoin and also financially in general. But for our point of view, the most important thing is to show the people the advantages of using the practical advantages of using Bitcoin. And this is how we think we can achieve more effect, more lasting effect. And this is why implement a bottom-up strategy. We don't have too much to say rather than, we are really in early stages. We already scheduled our first meetup. We are trying to, to organize stuff and reach to other Bitcoiners here in Uruguay and do our best to increase. But for now, it's just Pietra and I doing all the work. So we hope, everybody who wants to reach us and be helpful in any way would be great for us. I don't know if you have any questions, Scott.
Oh, we can't hear you now, Scott.
I keep doing that. How to unmute myself? No, thank you. You walked through it quite clearly and outlined the background to it, what your next steps are in terms of a meeting place and education to, be a rallying point for growing the Bitcoin circular economy. And of course, I realize that you're at the earlier stages of trying to develop the Bitcoin circular economy in Montevideo. I'll just take the few seconds that I have here to, again, thank you for all the work that you put into developing the application and your presentation today, as well as for all the work that you're doing on the ground. As Bitcoiners, we do so much of this voluntarily, right? Out of love and passion, not for number go up, but because, we really want to help others, find a way to Bitcoin and the solution that it can provide to so many personal and community challenges. So thank you for all the work that, you continue to put in. Again, I encourage everyone who's out there watching to please visit the Bitcoin House Montevideo's project page on the Geyser site. Please provide some support if you can. Connect with the team via social media. If there is any other way that you can support, help them raise their visibility. If you know of any Bitcoiners or people who may be Bitcoin curious in Uruguay, or the Uruguayan diaspora, consider connecting them with this project, to help create that network effect. And the same goes for all the other projects. If you can help out there creating the connections, that will be a big help for any of these projects. So this is just the beginning of it. We'll look forward to continuing to do that as well. Looking forward to collaborating, being in touch, and collaborating with you in Uruguay over the months ahead, and revisiting this and seeing all of your success down the road. So really nice to meet both of you, and
Thank you.
look forward to keeping in touch. And yeah, we'll be following up over the weeks ahead for sure.
Well, thank you, Scott, for the opportunity to tell about your project.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, and have a great remainder to your day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ciao.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. We now have a little bit of a pause. We are scheduled to return shortly. I put a note up here. I'm going to step away for a few minutes, and we'll be back shortly to continue with our final two presentations of the day. So see you all again on the live stream very soon. All right, everyone, we're back. Sorry about that. Time ran on, and we were actually due. So we're gonna try to get started again. I'm trying to welcome up our next presenter, Kester. There we are. Kester, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. One moment here. Okay, we're good to go. We have up next our final two presentations of today via the live stream. Welcome to Kester from Anambra Bitcoin community in Anambra State in Nigeria. For anyone who's just joining us, each presentation will last about 15 minutes or so. You'll see at the bottom, beside the name of the project, a link to the specific application for the Bitcoin Beach grant. So for Anambra Bitcoin community, that's geyser.fund/entry/3211. We encourage you to take a look at their project. Please take a look at all the other projects that you'll find on the Geyser site under the Bitcoin Beach grants. You can help by following their social media handles, sharing their information, and if you're in a position to do so, please consider supporting their projects as well. They all have tremendous needs in terms of the work that they want to do to help grow Bitcoin adoption and use locally and grow the Bitcoin circular economy, and I know they'd be incredibly grateful for your support. So look through the projects. If you find ones that speak to you, that inspire you, please consider making a donation to help them further along. So welcome, Kester. You have about 15 minutes. Go ahead and tell us about your project, and looking forward to hearing all about it. I'm going to step off stage.
All right. Good evening, Scott. And it's a pleasure of mine to be here. I hope I'm audible. Just want to confirm.
Yes, we are. I can hear you fine. It's a little bit muted, but we can hear you clearly.
Okay. So I'm here to present Anambra Bitcoin community. This is Anambra State is a location is a state in Nigeria. I know most people don't really know about the state because they don't talk about it much aside from the insecurities. But I'm from Anambra and I have always been passionate about Anambra State, and I'm also passionate about Bitcoin. And combining these two things together, my two lovebirds, combining them together is something I believe will help my people to gain financial sovereignty. So today I'll be talking about why Anambra, the problems Anambra is facing, the solution to the problems, the roadmaps, and our achievements and the impact we are trying to make. So moving forward, why Anambra? Like, why Anambra? Why did I decide to build this secular economy in Anambra instead of in Lagos or Port Harcourt or Abuja? So first of all, why Anambra is one of the reasons why I decided to pick Anambra, like I said earlier, is because I'm from Anambra State. And in 2021, I left Lagos because I was born and bred in Lagos State. So I left Lagos to come to Anambra State to live here, mainly because, first of all, I see Anambra State as a virgin land as far as the general tech is concerned. The locals are not that exposed to tech. I am one of the people that are pushing tech in the States as of right now because I've hosted tech events in the States. So I believe that Anambra State is well positioned for Bitcoin circular economy, and we are picking 4 cities in Anambra State to focus on. The first one is Onitsha, the second one is Nnewi, the third one is Oka, and the fourth one is Ayamelum local government. I thought I would be sharing my screen because I actually have a slide, but I think I'll have to move on regardless. So we're focusing on Onitsha.
Kester, if you'd like to, we can. We can pause and bring up slide if you want. Would you like to?
Okay.
If you'd like to, just if you have the slide, then just bring it up on the slides. Bring them up on your screen. Then what you need to do at the bottom of the window, you'll see a button that says present.
Okay.
So click on that, and you can either do slides, click slides, or share screen.
Let's share.
We'll make it work.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. You need, did you click share screen? Okay, yeah, it's loading. Just a moment.
Can you see it now?
It's loading slowly. It's loading very slowly for some reason. One moment. It looks like it's working. It's just loading very slowly. I'm stepping away for a quick second. I'll be right back. We'll get it to work. Thank you, everyone everyone out there watching the live stream for bearing with us. We just lost Kester. Okay, please bear with us, and hopefully he'll be back in just a moment. As many of you know, we face technical challenges sometimes, and it might be a connection issue. Hi, Kester.
So I'm uploading the slides right now.
Okay, try it again. It may have been a connectivity issue.
Okay, let me try it.
Is your internet speed generally pretty good?
Yeah, it is. It is better.
Okay. Okay. Let's give it another try.
Okay, it's uploading right now. Let's see.
Just so you know, it should show me another window opening in my administrative panel, and then I click on it, but I'm not seeing that yet. I did see it before, and here we go.
Can you see it now?
There we go.
Oh.
All right, we're back in business. So I'll step back off, and please continue.
So, like I said, this is where I am. We are focusing on 4 cities: Onitsha, Nnewi, Oka, and Ayamelum local government. So the reason we are picking Onitsha is because Onitsha is the biggest city in Anambra State. is the city with the most population in as far as Anambra State is concerned. And Nnewi, popularly known as the Japan of Nigeria, is the second most populated city in Anambra State, and it also has a market just like Onitsha. Onitsha has the biggest market in Africa. So Awka is the capital city of Anambra State, and Ayam is a rural local government area. This is where I am actually from. I am a local government, and this local government comprises of eight towns. So I'm actually from here, and this is why I'm imputing it so that I can also touch my people. So here on this chart, we have Anambra State. The population of Anambra State is 7.3 million. The second one is Onitsha. Onitsha has 1 million, and the population of Onitsha is estimated to increase to 2.5 million in 2035, according to the UN. The third bar here is Nnewi. Nnewi is currently 723,000 and is estimated to increase to 1.9 million in 2035, according to the UN. Awka here has 301,000 population, and Ayamelum local government has 217. So for Onitsha has the biggest market in Nigeria, the biggest market in Africa by land and by goods sold. So in the pre-colonial era, this Onitsha is connected to the River Niger on the east bank. And in the pre-colonial area, this Onitsha actually has a seaport where they import goods by sea, and they use Onitsha as a seaport. That was in the pre-colonial era. But after the civil war that happened in 1967 in Nigeria, the city stopped having the seaport, and those in Onitsha have to use the Lagos seaport to import their goods, then transport it down to Onitsha. And in Onitsha here, they have 30,000 daily traders, like 30,000 daily traders in Onitsha, while Nnewi has 10,000 daily traders. Awka houses one of the most popular school in Nigeria, which is Nnamdi Azikiwe University. It's a very popular school in Nigeria. It's a very popular higher institution in Nigeria here that students look up to attend. All right, why I am alone local government, this one is very personal to me. I had to add it because that's where I am from. And if I am going to impact Anambra State and I don't impact the people that are directly connected to me, I don't see that as impact. So I added I am alone local government so that I'll be able to also focus on my people, the rural area, those that are unbanked, and those that don't have access to the general financial sector, to bank them with Bitcoin, and also show them ways they can save their wealth and also educate them more. So what is the problems facing Anambra? We have competition. What I mean by this competition are the market competition. Like I said earlier, Anambra houses, Onitsha specifically houses the biggest market in Africa, and they have 30,000 daily active traders. So these people have to compete with each other to be able to get customers that they transact with. And the second one is educational and skill gaps. Most people in this market and most people in these states actually have less access to education and skills, and the right skills to steer their business in the right path. There's something we have here in Nigeria that is mostly related to the Eastern people, Anambra, so to speak. We have this thing called apprenticeship system, where we own a shop, when the person owned the shop, he will like go home to his kindred and pick some of his brothers to be an apprentice in the shop. And most of these people don't really go to school. They have to leave home early to go and be apprentice for either their brother or their uncle. Then when he's done serving his uncle or whichever person is serving we settle him with a shop filled with goods or money, depending on the agreement that was done before he started serving. So with Bitcoin, we'll be able to give them the right education and skill for them to be able to scale their business. Same thing goes to limited use of technology. Like I said earlier, I am one of those people that are pushing I am one of those in this market on a chart, so to speak, and we have people coming from all around Africa, most especially the West African countries, Cameroon, Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, to come and trade, to come and get goods in Anambra State, because aside from the fact that we have the biggest market in Africa, we also have raw materials. We have palm fruits, we have rice. My hometown, for one, is known for producing rice, but Nigeria still imports rice. That's a topic for another day. So these inconsistent trade policies make these people, when they are coming to act tonight to Anambra to trade, with the difference in rates and all of that, it becomes a problem for these people, these foreigners, to actually know the specific amount of money or the specific price of things in the market. Or with Bitcoin, with trading Bitcoin is going to be consistent. There's not going to be any change in policies or rates. So border securities and custom issues. This is also one of the problems we are facing here in Africa, and is not cost of this. There's a high cost of doing business in Onitsha here. Like I said earlier about the West Africans coming into Onitsha, into Anambra State to trade. When they come in, most times when they go to trade to change the currency they have to Naira, pardon me, they get to realize that there is a lot of transaction fees that is involved. But with Bitcoin, with low transaction fee on the Lightning Network, is going to solve that and make it easier for everyone, and also open the state to a global trade. So the solution, like I said, as I was mentioning the problems, I was talking about Bitcoin is going to solve them. And all this solution is going to be coming to the 30,000 active traders that is in Onitsha's main market, and also the 10,000 active traders on that's at Nnewi market. These two markets alone, the Onitsha main market is known for different things, and that's one of the things that made it the biggest market, because it's a main market that also has different branches of market. What do I mean? I mean that when you go to Onitsha main market, when you want to buy, let's say, plastic, there's a different market where they sell only plastic. There's a different market where they sell electronics. There's a different market where they sell food items. There's a different market, but all these places are in one market. So you won't be able to get a plastic item in the market where they sell electronics. All right. So each goods have separate markets in that main market, and that is one of the reasons why we have 30,000 active traders in Onitsha main market. While in Inewi here, I know I have to rush now. I'm going out of time. So while in Inewi, we have 10,000 active traders, and this Inewi is known as the Japan of Nigeria. And the main reason for that is because it's known for automobiles. When you want to buy, Nnewi is known for one of the automobile hubs in Africa here. Everyone in Nigeria knows Nnewi, for spare parts, either for vehicle or motorcycle or tricycle. No, there's barely a spare part you won't find in Nnewi market. As far as the automobile market is concerned, there's barely a spare part you won't be able to find there. And the market houses 10,000 active traders on average daily. And our targeted number is the 5% of the population in Anambra State and 10% of the active traders in both markets. This is what we plan to aim. This is what we aim to achieve with Anambra Bitcoin community, because we believe that if we can get 5% of the population in Anambra State to start using Bitcoin to transact on a day-to-day basis, that the word of mouth is going to spread, because I know my people, they love using something that works. And when it starts working and they start seeing the results, the word of mouth is going to spread very fast. So this is the roadmap. This is our roadmap. From August to October, we'll be having meetup and outreach in Onitsha. We'll be having a workshop in Oka, and we'll also be having a meetup and outreach to merchants in Nnewi. In November to January, we'll be having a meetup and workshop in Onitsha, a meetup in Nnewi. Then in January, we'll be having a meetup and community outreach in Ayamelum local government. Then from February to March, we'll have a workshop in Nnewi. Then in March, we'll have our Bitcoin event in Onitsha. If you notice, you see that the focus here is more on Onitsha, and that's because of the big markets, and that is intentional. Everyone in Onitsha, if the 10% of traders in Onitsha should start using Bitcoin, that's going to be huge, and it's going to spread very, very fast. So implementation process, we'll be using educational programs, workshops, training, and resources in local language. I'm also the founder of Bitcoin Pidgin, aside from Bitcoin, Anambra Bitcoin. And why I said that is to show that I'm truly focusing on our local languages. I know English is a universal language, but over here it relates better to people when you use the language they understand better. And most of our educational language is going to be in Igbo, which is our native language. That does not mean we won't be using English. We will be using English, but we will use Igbo so that people will be able to understand it easily instead of speaking big grammars. Then infrastructure development, Bitcoin wallet. We'll show them how to use Bitcoin wallets, Bitcoin ATMs, Bitcoin POS, and also other Bitcoin payment terminals like Bitcoin voucher on Blink. So we'll show them how to use all these things for their businesses. I mean the merchants, because they will be needing it. Then the third one is marketing and outreach. We'll do awareness campaign, social media engagement. We'll do outdoor outreach. It's not just going to be meetups and it's not going to be meetups and workshop and Bitcoin events. We are definitely going to have, pardon me, we'll definitely going to have a Bitcoin that will talk about Bitcoin and the Anambra Bitcoin community. So who is getting impacted? These are the people that will be getting impacted. The merchants at Onitsha main market, small and medium enterprise owners in Nnewi markets, the event attendees, those that attend our events through educational events and the workshops that we're going to have, and the unbanked people in the states. These people are the people we are focusing on. These are the people we are focusing on, and these are the people we are looking at impacting. And this is our achievements and KPI. With this program that will run from August till March, we are looking at successfully onboarding 50 merchants for each phase. For each phase on our roadmap, we're looking at onboarding at least 50 merchants and also add them to the Bitcoin map. We're also looking to increase the community participation for Bitcoin in Anambra State because my people have the hustle spirit. You know, my people have the hustle spirit. They focus on work a whole lot, and Bitcoin, my people will definitely be free and they'll start holding on to their wealth all by themselves. Then economic empowerment will strengthen the local economy by integrating Bitcoin into the daily transaction, making it more resilient and dynamic. Then the last one, which is very, very important, intertrade between Anambra State and other African economies. Uh, uh,
Kester, it's chopping in and out. All right, it looks as though the presentation has completely frozen. It might be a connection issue. We'll I'll say thank you to Kester. It looks as though he got through the vast majority of the presentation, and we are at time. I want to respect everyone the time for our last presenter. So, Kester, if you're seeing this, thank you so much for the presentation. We'll be in touch over the coming weeks. For everyone who's watching the live stream, if you could please take some time to take a look at their application. You see the link below where it says geyser.fund/entry/3211. You'll be able to connect with Kester via social media there. Take a look at their proposal. If you're in a position to do and inspired by their work, consider providing a donation. And same goes for the rest of the projects. We're going to move on to our last presentation of today, heading back to the West. Welcome, Maya. Nice to see you.
Hi, Scott. Nice to see you too. Thanks for warm welcome.
Good. And do we have? There's someone else joining you as well.
Um, well, I asked Kane and Ryan to attend, but not sure if they will be able to attend. To be honest, are they? Are
No,
they
I
back?
don't see anyone else backstage.
All right. Yeah, it's just.
So if you want to wait a moment, we can do that. Or if you're ready to get going, we can introduce and get going. And possibly they'll join part way.
Yeah, ready to get going.
All right. So last for today, but very not least, we have Maya joining us from Paramaribo in Suriname to tell us all about Bitcoin Sranan and the Bitcoin adoption project there. One very last time for the day, and for anyone who might just be joining in, I encourage you to please go and take a look at their project on the Geyser site. The link to their application for a Bitcoin Beach grant is below at geyser.fund/entry/3264. There you'll be able to connect to their broader project, connect with their social media. Please support them, follow them. If you're in a position to do so, consider making a donation to support the efforts, including some of those that Maya will tell you about now in terms of growing the Bitcoin circular economy. So I'll throw it over to you. Do you have any slides? You're just going to speak?
No,
Fine,
just
either way.
yeah. Just
All right. All right. So I'm going to step off stage and hand it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so initially I'd just like to give a little bit of background information about Suriname. It's a relatively small country, well, actually pretty decently big in land mass, but pretty small in terms of population. We have a population of around 600,000. It's 93% forested, so we have a very small, like little village type of city, and mainly around the city, more residential areas. We don't have skyscrapers, so no traditional, type of city as you're used to in Western economies. And we have pretty high inflation, about 50 to 60% annual inflation. There's a lack of trust with the banks. We have a lack of financial infrastructure. It's not very common here for companies to have a website. Their online presence is basically limited to like Facebook and Google. We don't have online payments, no payment processors. We can't use Stripe, PayPal, things like that. The amount of like the debit cards, or the amount of people that have a credit card is very limited. Our local debit cards don't have Visa or MasterCard on them, so you can use them online for payments as well. So there's no traditional rails, which creates a big opportunity for Bitcoin to connect us globally to the financial system, and give us an opportunity to hedge inflation. So we've been busy developing the local circular economy for almost a year now. It's gone from just monthly meetups where we had 2 or 3 people show up, to like when Paco was here last year, there were I think about 20 people at that meetup, to now on average having almost 100 people at every meetup. We're very focused on starting with education, so we've been focusing on becoming a Mi Primer Bitcoin node, finding teachers that'll be able to teach the Bitcoin diploma. We have a Trezor Academy program that we're going to roll out. Those all start this month. We were recently accepted as a node. We've been very focused on starting merchant adoption. So right now we have a limited number of only 9 stores that accept Bitcoin as payment. But we want to ramp up, because it's actually, it's a very good alternative for the traditional rails that they use at the moment. So it's actually a lot easier than being able to swipe your local debit card that only accepts SRD for the merchant as well. And we've shown them how online payments, how the mobile payments work, and how the NFC payments work with the Bitcoinized machines. So we really want to start rolling out those Bitcoinized machines, which we received in a donation from Geyser as well. And Blink has just recently updated their application, so we can have the NFCs be more easily usable, have their vouchers here. So we really want to start rolling out more merchant adoption, and for that we need funding. To be able, it's pretty dire economic situation here, so it's hard to get volunteers, or even if people want to volunteer, they still need a source of income. So it would help to be able to pay some salaries in Bitcoin, which would also stimulate the circular economy. So funding is our main constraint here. Although we are being introduced to more people, the network is growing, so there are some sponsors that are coming in, which is very helpful. So we can actually increase momentum, start with the educational courses, with the merchant adoption in a small community like this, in a little city village, basically. It's just going to have a massive impact. And Surinamese are very they like to copy, so if they see that something works somewhere else, they want it for themselves and their own company as well. So it has a like a network effect here. And we're also launching not the POSs at some bars and clubs, so local places where tourists also visit, and where people gather in large groups. And the clubs actually want to use the NFC cards as their member cards. So we have about 3,000 NFC cards that we're going to distribute. So all we're really lacking is help, like people on the ground, a team on the ground, and being able to pay them in Bitcoins to stimulate that circular economy. And aside from the educational projects, the merchant adoption, we have projects that we've been working on for the last year, similar to Gridless in the rural areas in Suriname. So villages in the interior, actually in the Amazon, that are completely isolated from the city. So it takes them a day to 3 days to travel to the city, and it costs them more than about 3 months in salary to be able to use the SRD. So Bitcoin is a lot easier for them to use, and add the mining component to it. That is just perfect for them to be able to earn an income as a village from the mining, and be able to use that capital as well. So these are isolated enough to actually be just circular economies solely living on Bitcoin. So we could use some assistance with funding and donations for those projects as well. They also have like projects with jewelry, stainless bees. So they manufacture too, and they want to sell these to the city and use Bitcoin as the method of payment that they can accept. And we're actually looking for potential partners that would want to collaborate on setting up the mines here, because there are a lot of villages actually in the interior. So we're looking for partners that would be willing to help and come in with the solar and just mining at those rural villages, and help to set up these circular economies. Yeah, in a nutshell, that's basically everything that we're working on here. We have the conference as well, which is from November 7th to November 9th, where we'll have speakers and side events. And the side events are actually the ones I'm most excited about, because that's where people will actually be using Bitcoin as a method of payment at the bar, for food, for drinks, being able to buy their tickets using a form of online payment, and then buying their tickets online, getting it through email. That'll be a first for our country as well. So people will be actually learning more about Bitcoin and about its use cases, basically by just being able to use the technology, and we can reach thousands of people like that. And in a country with a population that's as small as ours, that is a massive impact already. And it just we were hoping it spreads like wildfire. So help with the conference, sponsorship for the conference, donations also help. I'm sorry, Scott, I can hear you.
There we go. I keep
Okay.
doing that. Now I unmuted myself. No, that was a great overview. Thank you. So since you're the final presentation of the day, and we have a couple of minutes left, maybe a question for you. We heard also from your compatriots at Nova Stars who are doing amazing work in Suriname, and you talked about local adoption as well, the possibility of integrating into some of the bars and clubs, and some of the innovative ways that might gain traction. You talked a little bit about the conference, but also the potential of tourism. That's something we've heard from a few other presentations in terms of trying to invite people who are willing to come and spend their sats. Do you want to make a plug for Suriname, for people coming to visit? What could they look forward to? I'm all about, rather than going off on the quote unquote typical trip somewhere, go somewhere that's building a local Bitcoin circular economy. Be part of it, enjoy all the local culture, spend your sats there, and help develop something. So what do you want to tell folks watching that that might be considering coming to visit, and any guidance or tips?
Well, the best bet would be during the conference, 7 to 9 November. That's when you'll have most Bitcoiners coming down here. But don't let that stop you. I mean, if you want to come earlier, feel free to reach out in our Telegram group. We have a Bitcoin Suriname Telegram group. Come here, spend your sats at local stores, help onboard merchants, help us build this circular economy. And I think one of the most important things that might be beautiful to see, something that really inspires me as well, is Nova Stars. It's a soccer academy where they teach kids, they keep them off the streets, they give them an opportunity. And with this education, we're collaborating with Nova Stars for the Bitcoin Education Center. So we collaborate on the development of the circular economy together. And they have 800 families, 800 kids that are already learning about Bitcoin, that will be enrolled into the Me Premier Bitcoin Diploma program. And they also have an opportunity to grow and scale that to increase adoption. So help and support in whatever way you can, and visit whenever you can, to be honest. We'd love to have you over. Can Can't hear you again. Sorry.
I did click the button, but it didn't unclick. All right, there we go. Thank you so much. And we did hear from Nova Stars yesterday, one of the presentations. So I'll refer people back to yesterday's live stream, which you can find on the Geyser YouTube channel, if you want to see their presentation. They also have an application, and you can learn more about them on the Geyser page. One last time, please visit the Geyser site. You see the link right there for the Bitcoin Suriname application for a grant through the Bitcoin Beach grants. Go and learn about them, follow their social media, help them increase their visibility, so that many of the things that Maya spoke about in terms of building the local circular economy and bringing hope and opportunity can be accelerated. Thank you so much, Maya. It was nice to connect with you. Thank you so much for all of your time and putting together the application, for your time today. And we're looking forward to being in touch and continuing to collaborate over the months ahead.
Awesome, Scott. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Have a great afternoon.
Same to you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone who has joined in the live streams today. That concludes day 2 of our live streams. We're now, I think, exactly at the halfway point of the presentations. We have 2 more days. Tomorrow, July 11th, we have, I believe, another 8 presentations to walk through. You'll get to hear about 8 additional Bitcoin circular economy projects out there, and then a few on Friday, July 12th as well. So please look at the Federation of Bitcoin Circular Economies Twitter handle, Noster handle for links. We'll be sharing more information. And I want to thank all of you who've spent some time today to tune into this. Again, please go to the Geyser page for all of the projects. I will very quickly, bear with me one moment. I'm going to put up the link here. There you've got the link where you'll find all of the project applications. You can go and connect with all of the projects on Geyser. Follow them there, follow their social media. Please look for them on Twitter, on Instagram, Noster. Help retweet what they're doing, and if and whenever you can, please show them some love. Let the sats flow on Geyser or in whatever else, what other way you can to help support their initiatives. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am going to sign off, and hopefully you'll be able to join us back here tomorrow for our 3rd day of presentations. Thanks again. Bye, everyone.